Welcome back. It has been a while. So, for the uninitiated, I moved into a new place. So this place is a little different. I'm also absolutely surrounded by sunlight on all sides, hence the glistening white reflecting off of me. Starting today, I am entering my villain arc, sort of. Just got 2 major losses in gaming yesterday, and so I am focusing up on bosses. We're going to be doing an RL1, every single boss in the game. Obviously, no summons or anything like that. I have no plans, no idea how I'm going to do this. Also, I'll be going into this like Regionlocked. I think it'll be more fun to do it Regionlocked, clear all the bosses before moving on, and then just like use whatever's in that region to like kill bosses and whatnot. The DLC will be a little bit different, but I'm not sure entirely how I want to do that yet. Yeah, but that's pretty much the rules for the run. Let me see if I could set up a command real quick. Let me pull up my stream elements dashboard. Boop. Sorry, probably should have done this already, but let me see if I can. Goodness. There we go. I'm gonna update the title to just have the command in it. Boom. There we go. So if you do !run, it'll show you the run, which is the RL1 Regionlocked. No real plans as to how we're going to go about this, just that I'm going to do it all at Rune Level 1, and I have never done this challenge before, and I am notoriously not very good at bosses, so we'll see how it goes. I will do this with a holographic Scion, by the way. There's no reason to not to, I don't think. I'll probably be starting out with club, but I don't know what any of the weapons are. I don't know what people usually use for like RL1 runs. I know that Star Fist is a big one. there goes Grafted Scion. Off to a great start. I mean, it's fine. There's not a lot of setup that really needs to be done, I don't think. I don't know how useful those items will be, but I'm pretty sure I didn't grab any starting gift. I don't think there's anything super useful for starting gift for me to use. I'll definitely give Tree Sentinel an attempt or two. I have absolutely no idea how this is going to go, by the way. But I have a weapon, I see a boss. I don't see any reason not to just start off by giving it a go. Especially since I have healing classes for this one. Halo damage, already starting off good. Whoops. Spank the horse. Take that out of context. Woo! Not even close, baby. Spank the horse. Yeet! Not even close, baby. Probably gonna do his charging move. Good stagger. Let's top up the heal. Got it. Yeah. Space that. That's that. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. It's okay. It's okay. We've got all day to kill as many bosses as we need to. And that was a good first attempt. That was a bit greedy. The horse. Swing the horse. Horse. Jump attack is a bit greedy. Get out of dodge. Stamina's like gone. We'll just like let that replenish for a bit. hell close. Oh. Okay. More tree sentinel. That's what we need. We need more tree sentinel in our life. The game decreed. I'm not even sure if what I did was inherently like super greedy. I just kind of messed up that last dodge. Alright, tree sentinel. Buckaroo. Don't let the tree sentinel deceive you. He likes it when you spank the horse. See? Notice how it's the tree sentinel that's attacking me and not the horse. It's because the horse likes getting spanked. Oh! Don't whiff your attacks. Okay, that was not how you dodged that move. That was a deserved death. To be honest, I probably shouldn't have even tried dodging. Like, I shouldn't have tried dodging that way because I kind of was, like, trying to run away to heal. But... over here. Chargy move. My positioning was a little whack for that. Which? Ooh, bad dodge. Early. For those of you that do not know, you dodge that move whenever his like hoofs touch the ground. So basically, like as soon as his hoofs of a horse touch the ground, that's when you dodge. I just didn't have good reaction time for that one. High tree sentinel. Transition slam. Not. staying on his weapon side because I don't want him doing these shield moves, because those are a little bit harder to dodge. I tried jumping there, but I think I got caught in a bit of range. I want him to move away from me so quick. The way you can dodge into that, I'm just scared. Does kind of turn you towards shield side a little bit with some of these strikes that I'm doing. First try. Totally first try. Golden Halberd. I don't think Golden Halberd will ever truly be wielded. Yeah, those are some stat requirements. I mean, with Sword Seal, it's not like possible. I just want the snipping on, okay?
And I can also that you're not then while I am kind.
And since I have money, I might as well purchase this recipe, a torch. Actually,
Goodbye.
give me the 7 daggers. Buying stuff won't be that big of a deal because this is an RL1 run, so I'm never gonna spend money on levels, which is ironic because I like looked down and instantly my brain was like, you want a level, but I know I cannot level. Nothing would be worse than accidentally leveling during this run. Would ruin everything. So now we continue forward, onwards. Pick up the kukri here at least. Obviously, I could just like tear through some of these earlier bosses, but I want to have Torrent first. Just get Torrent online and then maybe look at some of the weapon options that we have. Because I don't know all the weapons that I could use for an RL1 run, but I don't want to just like use the same weapons over and over and over again. That seems a little lame. Hello, Melina.
Have they, sir? But you.
Actually, while she's talking, I'm just gonna.
Are maidenless.
You know what? Maybe you're maidenless.
I can play the role of maiden.
Oh, well, thank you.
Turning runes into strength to aid you in your search for the Elden Ring. You need only take me with you to the foot of the Erd Tree.
I'm so sorry. I'm looking at weapons. I promise I will not be sitting on the screen forever. Okay.
Then summon me. I bequeath you. It will summon Torrent. Treat him with.
So I don't know what the weapon requirements on most of these things are, so like I'm just kind of picking stuff up and seeing what I can and can't work with. Obviously, like, I basically can't use anything with weapon requirements while I'm here in... okay, please leave me alone. While I'm here in Limgrave, because I only have access to the strength tier, so weapons with strength requirements are fine. Yeah, like Lord Sorin's Greatsword, I could use the strength tier, but like for the flail, I won't ever be able to get that dex online. And for something like Golden Halberd, that's like 3 stats, it's just not happening. Honestly, Lord Sorin's Straightsword on the Bofo would probably be funny, because the Ash of War probably just pancakes him. We'll get this grace for later for the duelist. Beach Merchant also... so there's a merchant on the beach in Limgrave that sells a lot of items that might be worth, like, well, a lot of weapons that might be worth checking out. Like, I don't know what the stat requirements for, say, the broadsword are. Also, I'm getting stones, but my plan isn't to use them in Limgrave. My plan is just to kind of collect a few, so I have options later on. And while I'm running around, I might as well just pick up these graces, kind of get my map set up. Having access to Golden Vow Dagger could be, like, nice. Because I could get a dagger and then I could just, like, stick Golden Vow from the horse that has the Golden Vow Ash of War. I'm gonna grab the Sleep Pot recipe just in case there's some bosses that prove to be necessary for, such as, like, Godskin Duo. I could see that being a little problematic for if I'm doing RL1. I've never done RL1 before, so I don't know actually like what I'm in store for. I've been doing a +0 run of the DLC. And that in a way was kind of fun. But I feel like it's gonna have different vibes, right? Because I could level my stats, which means that I had plenty of vigor to work with, plenty of mind to work with, plenty of endurance to work with. And like just on that tree sentinel alone, I was already starting to feel like the restrictions of stamina. So I'm gonna pick some of these sunflowers because that recipe that I picked up earlier could potentially be useful for Deathbirds. It's the Holy Pot recipe, and I just know that this tree has like 1,000,000 of these sunflowers, so there's no reason to not. Also, this is silly but smackable. Which is surprisingly, like, pretty good. Hi, Blythe. Sure you don't mind if I just slip past this real quick and see what we get. Axe Talisman. So Axe Talisman, Strength tier, plus some big bonkers, I think will work for Limgrave.
Welcome. Well, you please. I'm hungry.
What do you sell? Hand axe. Beast Sword Pot and Exalted Flash. I don't think I need any of this. Play a Trina's though. Nothing wrong with having a Trina's Lily in your inventory. Not like I need the money for anything else. I'll go ahead and I really don't need the Dectus half, ironically enough. So I don't think there's any reason for me to really do that. Like, I'll get the Grace, but I'm not planning on taking Dectus to get my access to Altus, and so that fort is kind of useless outside of Blood Grease. And at that point of the game, like, I could just go and get the Blood Grease. Honestly, I'm not thinking I'm ever gonna buy armor, but if things like randomly drop armor, I'll probably equip it then. I don't know how style soulsy I'm gonna get with it. I remember last time I did an all bosses run, explicitly thinking it required a lot of stone sword keys. Oh, also the main reason I'm kind of coming down this way right now is because there is the Morning Star down here. And, well, I don't know what the stats for the Morning Star are, but I'd imagine it's potentially wieldable. If not now, then, like, later on in my adventures. What do you need? Oh yeah, that is wieldable right now. That'll be a fantastic weapon to have for Limgrave, for sure. Gotta drink that physic for good luck. I know that there's nothing in it, but he doesn't know. I'm sneaky. I'm sneaky. I'm sneaky. Solid snake, solid snake, solid snake, solid snake, solid snake. No! Alright. I wanted to smash, but that was not a lot of damage. Knights calves love running. You gotta take your knights calves for walkies every once in a while. See? Notice how the knight's calf gets confused when you just stand still. It's actually kind of funny. No, no, no. At least let me. Okay, who needs heals? Heals are for the weak. Don't look at his health bar. His health bar might be full. but my spirits are full. Come on, Knights Cav. You gotta do better than that. Woo. Okay. We died. Might have died, but our spirits are held high. Or something like that. I'll probably just grab the golden seed, the map fragment, all that jazz. I also could use these kukris I picked up to kill the poison moth dude. Probably not. I don't think I want to do any, like, poison-esque cheeses. That's, like, what it's really useful for. Mushy rooms. The mushrooms are for those pots I was talking about earlier, plus sleep pots. Also, there's just something so enjoyable about running around and just collecting things in Elden Ring. I don't know. You just like walk over, press Y. In a weird way, I don't like the auto pickup systems of other games because sometimes it just like doesn't feel like you're actually doing anything. Also, realizing that I'm probably never gonna have enough vigor for like anything more than a +3 flask. Yes. Am I gonna collect flasks anyways? Yeah, probably. At least these 3 because it'll guarantee that even with something like Soar Seal or if I have on like a HP boosting thing, because there's like RL1 and there's like true RL1. I don't care about people that are gonna gatekeep, oh, this isn't a true RL1 because you have stat boosting gear. Nah. Because those guys that say that probably are running around with Starfist bonking everything to death, and it's one of the most like best goated weapons in the game, whereas I'm using stat boosting gear to wield more fun options that are not just iron balls. He says not knowing how this run will end. Maybe the end of this run will just be Starfist and iron balls and I'll be eating my words. The world will never know. I say the world will never know. I will eventually know. Go get this map. So the tap R2 was, I think, 92 damage on the Morning Star and something like 82 damage on the club. So the Morning Star, I think, is objectively better. Damage-wise, sorry, it's objectively better damage-wise than the I should just be using that. There are a lot of different things that I could use to help me out during this run. And I'm not sure how many of them I will be using. That will be decided with time. Like, for example, I got that Grace and Weeping. Yeah, I want to grab the Sacred Tears because that's going to guarantee full heal me every single time. But also, it's right next to the Erdtree avatar that drops the Opaline Bubble Tier, which could be nice. Bubble Tier just gives me like a second chance once I start getting later into the game too. It's less useful now, but still nice to have. I think I'm going to go get the Opaline Bubble Tier. I think that makes the most sense. And then I'll put in my flask. Probably just do that. That's not what I wanted to do. I hit back one too many times on the... I have a third... Oh yeah, from the Third Church of Americore I got my flask. Yeah. I don't know why. I like having Torrent on X, and I like having flasks in pouch. At least the Wondrous Physic one. All right. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Now, question chat. Does an Erdtree avatar bleed? Woo! Not even close, baby. Imagine I die to an Erdtree avatar. Kind of funny. Let's go, boys. We have the OP bubble tier. We are free. Okay. I think we might as well go and clear out some of these bosses.
This way, Tarnished. May I have a word?
I don't want to summon.
What hopest thou to profit?
Go away. Go away. I have to do requests later on. I'm gonna grab this crackpot. Because I don't believe in dogs. They're not not real, they can't hurt me. Notice how this is a cave filled with a bunch of doggos. So who's the boss gonna be? That's right, a doggo. Kick did not work. Bad dog. Bad dog. Bad dog. No howling after hours. You know it's nighttime. And bed. What did I just tell you about howling after hours? Bad dog. Alright. Good news. We can fight Bofa. I'm not completely washed. Oh, she's back! She wants me to use summons. By the way, I'm not judging anyone who does use summons in their run. In fact, I used summons for the longest time, but I feel like if you're doing something like an RL1 challenge run, summons is a bit lame. Like, there are some interesting text that you could do with summons, which I think is pretty cool. But I think if I walked into a stream and streamer was like, oh yeah, first ever RL1 run, let's go, and then they'd like summon Mimic Tier for every fight, I would be like confused. By the way, you can run through this fire. I just don't like doing it because I don't like taking damage. More specifically, I don't want to lose any potential healing class that I might need for boss. Somewhere a heavy door has opened. Somewhere. Who could possibly know where? It's a watchdog. These guys are my nemesis. Look, I know it might not look like it, but I'm not very good at this boss in particular. Just because I did it hitless doesn't mean I'm suddenly good at the boss. If anything, it just proves that this was a fluke. Trust me. Would I ever lie to you? No, I used to struggle with that boss a lot. I think I've just like started fighting it a lot more recently, and I've kind of gotten into the rhythm of it. But oh boy, that boss used to give me so much trouble. Remember when I first started playing bingo, like I had matches where I was like scared to fight the Erdtree. Actually, really funny story. I remember back in the day I used to do randos, and I used to play with these guys, really, really good gamers, and I got into this situation that was, oh, broadsword is, wow, that's perfect. Sorry, I got distracted by gaming. So, we used to do rando races, right? And so we were doing, I think it was 4 great runes to fight the final boss. Was the sort of like category that we were doing. It was 2 to get into Lindell, 4 to fight final boss or something. Hey, what's up? And so I was doing a randomizer race, and I go to Godskin Noble replacement, and the Godskin Noble replacement in the randomizer was a watchdog. Stream is going all right. We are doing RL1. Actually, I'm gonna put on torch so peeps can see. Yeah, we're just doing RL1 Elden Ring. Never done RL1 before. Thought I would give it a try. Okay. How's it going, peeps? Sorry if I'm not super responsive in the middle of a boss fight. Oh my goodness, I just realized that I have no trigger left. Or no health. Okay. I hear evil on the other side of that door. Like, I don't know if y'all can hear that on stream, but for me, in like at the fog gate, I could hear the demi-humans. I took a break from streaming for a bit, but the idea is to get back into streaming more often. Oh goodness. Other games that I play. So I do Lies of P. I started playing Lies of P recently. I've been doing a lot of Dark Souls and Elden Ring just because I'm kind of preparing for randomizer stuff. So we do a lot of like challenge runs in Elden Ring and Souls games, specifically like with randomizer and randomizer deathless and whatnot. So a lot of it's like Elden Ring related, but like other than that, I've been doing Lies of P recently. I've been wanting to check out some of the more like the other games that have come out recently that people have talked about, like I think it's something Expedition 33 that I wanted to check out. Also, I had someone tell me that I need to play Baldur's Gate 3. I downloaded... Oh, thank you. Someone told me to check out Baldur's Gate 3. I downloaded it forever ago. I wanted to play it. And I never actually got along to playing it because I didn't realize that there was no autosave. And you could say I'm a little dumb for not realizing that there wasn't an autosave. But I kept basically like respawning really far away. And because I'm used to like FromSoft Souls games, like these autosave things, and like I played other games that just have autosave. Like I wasn't thinking about it because I hadn't played a game with manual save since like, what, DS Wii era? Like for like the older Nintendo games, like I never had to do manual save anything. So I kept dying and respawning like forever away, dying, respawning forever away, dying, respawning forever away. And it took me like, it ruined the game for me. And so I never played it. And someone's like, you realize that you could save, right? And I was like, wait, what? And they're like, yeah, you just have to like save it. That's why people like save scum. And I was like, oh, I thought like save scumming was, you know, like where you have like, you have to like manually back up a save file or something. I didn't think that that was like, oh no, that's just part of the gameplay itself. So I did an oopsie. So I'll probably go back and visit Baldur's Gate 3 at some point too. Also, by the way, for those who don't know, if you look at the, am I pointing at it now? Yes. On that side of the screen, I have a mod that is installed that tells me all the bosses that I need to kill. And so I'm kind of just like going in order for all the bosses that I have to kill per region. And this is also how I'll decide how I do my regions and how I do the region locked. I'm combining Limgrave and Weeping just because I think they're the same region. But yeah, that's how I'm doing like my region lock stuff. And that's how I'm keeping track of all the bosses that I'm killing per region. Yeah, thank you so much for the follow. I can't say too much about what the stream schedule is gonna look like. We just moved, so I just moved here recently. Really nice place and all, but there's a bit of a job hunt going on. So right now, for me, it's like, you know, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But for all I know, in, you know, 2 weeks' time, I'm just doing streaming for fun. And if I accidentally go big, I will welcome it. I think at the end of the day, I'm just a gamer who enjoys having fun and playing games with people. That's like my biggest motivation to play games, is to do it with other people. It's like a social thing for me. So like, I don't want to be one of those streamers that like streams their entire life. You know, like, I'm not sure if you know what I'm talking about, but there are people that's like, oh, I'm cooking dinner, come do a dinner stream with me. That's probably not going to happen. Just because I like my life to be my life, but I want to game with all my friends and share that experience with y'all. Yeah, I used to like watch streamers all the time, and I didn't realize that that was a thing until I tuned into someone's stream, and they were like doing Dark Souls 2 runs, and so I was like invested in that. And then one day they're like, oh, just chatting, and I was like, oh, cool, so they're probably, you know, just having a conversation with chat. And I've seen plenty of streamers do that, where they just, you know, they're not playing the game, they just want to sit and chat. And I was like, okay, cool, whatever, I'll tune in for that, maybe learn a little bit more about, you know, this streamer. And they were like getting ready to like go to some sort of event, like TwitchCon or something. And so they were like just getting dressed and packing on camera. And I was like, that seems a little weird. Like, I didn't think that's, like, that's your life, you know? Like, your own personal life. Like, you're not gonna see me, like, shower stream. Like, that's not gonna happen. You're not gonna see me, like, making dinner and just, like, that's my wind down time. That's, like, the gaming is the social. But at the end of the day, I'm more of, like, I'm not an introvert, I'm more of like an ambivert. I love talking to people. I love like sharing time with people and like having a good time like I am now, playing games and talking. But when the stream closes, I like to be like more introverted and just keep that time to myself and just like not have to talk to anybody. Also, I think it's important to know, I'm not like shaming people who do that. Like, make your money. If streaming's like your life, your livelihood, and you're like full-time streamer, and you're like making bank with your, you know, dinner streams, hell yeah, more power to you. And who knows, this might age poorly, you know? 2 years, you just see me doing like a dinner stream for funsies. Okay. How Pumpkinhead always throws me off for some reason. Flails and whips. Because they're not weapons that I use very often, when the enemy uses them, I die. So, fun fact about me, I used to be a professional chef. So, like, I have debated before doing, like, YouTube videos of cooking. Like, I've had my mom even tell me, being like, you know, if you do this, like, streaming stuff, why don't you do, like, your cooking? If you're a professional chef, why don't you put those skills to use? Oh yeah, I'll probably check it out sometime. I need to remember. I will try to remember. I think Stream Elements will tell me who followed. So that'll be an easy way for me to get your name after the stream, if nothing else. Okay, who is next? Blood Knight Darrowell. I should probably just rest. I swear the hardest part about an RL1 run is the temptation to level is so high. It's like second nature. Alright. On to Darrowell. So far this has gone fairly smooth. Tree Sentinel was the biggest hang-up by far, but I'm glad that I kind of got that out of the way. I will also at some point have to do a Geel, so a Geel will probably be another somewhat toughy boss. I don't know if Darrowell is going to be problematic or not. Maybe do an R1. Yeah, R1 hits. Very well. That's a bad time dodge. Heal. Have I gotten my bleed proc off on him yet? That would be a no. That's the bleed proc. Bloodhound's Fang, which is not going to be wieldable for, like, ever. I mean, I could use it, potentially, in, like, Weeping. I lied. I need the Dex tier in order to wield it, so we'll be able to do that. There's Patches, Grave Warden Duelist, Guardian Golem. I think I'm gonna skip over Patches for now because Patches is kind of a pain in the butt. Not because Patches is a pain in the butt, but because Nereus is. I'm sure there's some sort of trick to Nereus that I just don't know. By the way, sorry if I'm, like, looking down, checking my phone and whatnot. I did mention that, like, I just moved, and so I have to make sure that it's not, like, job interview stuff or anything important is all. I've spent like the last month applying to places and have gotten like rejected to so many places. Like I've gotten desperate enough that I like walked into the local McDonald's and was like, "Hey, are y'all hiring?" And even they were just like, just apply online. We'll call you back if we're interested. And I mean, like, say what you will about politics, economy, whatever. I just think it's crazy that I walk into a McDonald's and I'm like, yo, are y'all hiring? Just as, like, something that I can do until I find, like, a job. Just, like, this very over position. And they're like, sorry, bud, can't help you. Like, to me, that's kind of wild. I kind of need to go over here for, like, Black Knife Assassin. Is there a faster way to get here? Like, I feel like I could get here from Artist Shack. I feel like I remember there being a way to get up there from Artist Shack. This is not it. Well, this is not it. Oh. There's a stone here, which I could then use to drop down here. Don't kill me. Thank you. Okay, now if I stay down here, I could get access to the Guardian Golem, but I'm just going to take the Spirit Spring up so I could get the Grace. If anyone in chat would like to let me know, is this a kill Alex or save Alex run? I'm trying to think if there's a ton of Ashes of War that I'm going to be using. Because I could think of a few. I could think of a few that are going to be pretty good for this run. Oh, also, we'll just torch it. If nothing else, this RL1 should help prepare me for Deathless. Because I know that at some point I want to do Deathless. If y'all don't know him, the Graphic Truth sort of like challenged me to doing a Deathless run. And so at some point I know that I want to give it a try. He did succeed in his Deathless all bosses run. So I don't want to say that if he can do it, I can, because he's definitely a much better gamer than I am. However, it's a good practice. I know that Deathless and RL1 are like completely different because obviously I can die as many times as I want, but if I get hit, the run's kind of joker. But to me, that's kind of the point. Like, a lot of these attempts are gonna basically have to be hit-less. Hold on, let me see. What's the... there. So this is 20 extra damage. We'll definitely at least rock it for a bit. I think it's a Geel time. I think it's a Geel time, baby. Also, it is really warm in here. You see me like chugging water, that is why. It is like actually, factually 80 degrees in here. Like, I chugged a whole water bottle and I've only been going for an hour. Every time I see that hitbox, I disagree with it. Why are you like this again? Please come down. How am I missing? Geel should hopefully be dead. Not if I win! We did it! We did it! A Geel did. That's one of the harder bosses in Limgrave. Not that that's saying much, it's Limgrave, but we take our wins where we can get them.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me.
Black Knife Assassin. Ooh, I could grab the Uchi down here. I know that the Uchi requires Dex, which will require Liurnia access before I could use. But I don't remember what its strength requirement is. $11? Yeah, that's super wieldable. Plus once I get access to Sword Seal, like, that's gonna be pretty stonks. Black Knight Assassin. My goal is that this one doesn't just run from me. Because if I just get back stepped on 200 times. Wow. Okay, I actually am having trouble. That was a bit of a bad fight. Like, that fight I played way greedy. If that was, like, any higher scaling, like, I would have gotten destroyed, at least a little bit. Tibia Mariner, Crucible Knight, oh, I forgot Crucible Knight is here. Knights, Cav, Deathbird, and Bell Bearing Hunter. I forgot about the Deathbird and Bell Bearing Hunter. Okay, now I think would be a good time to get Sacred Blade as an Ash of War. Okay, sorry. Alright, access to Sacred Blade. I don't actually know the difference for Sacred Blade's damage on Tibia Mariner. I'm probably just gonna bonk Tibia Mariner here with the Morning Star, since it's kind of like on the way. Hoping I could stun out of the summoning animation. You can stun out of the summoning animation, and the Tibia Manor will just like not summon those who live in death. Speaking of that, Skeleton is just not having a good time behind me. I have a lot of money. I should potentially use that money wisely and purchase things with said money. However, I don't know what to buy. Yes, I would like to buy your finest things. Pickled turtleneck. Why not? I will buy arrows. Yeah, just give me a full quiver.
I'm afraid of that.
See this ugly mug? About to cover it up. There you go. Boom. I'm a bandit. I'm an absolute bandit now. I should probably just do the Knight's Cav and maybe the Crucible Knight. You know what? I've had it too easy for too long. I've done all these easy bosses. I think it's time for a Crucible Knight to absolutely humble me. Put in the OP bubble tier. This dude is gonna destroy me, and I know it. I could potentially, like, try getting a parry shield and parrying. But also, I need to see something real quick. So this is 79. It takes off 1 point of damage. Okay, I'll take it off for that 1 point of damage. Alright, Crucible Knight, welcome back. Knock knock. Knock knock. Ooh, that was a mistake. I think I heal here. I don't heal here. Knock, knock. So I had a friend that taught me about knock knock tech. If you just like poke the Crucible Knight's shield, for whatever reason, it makes him more likely to do that shield bash. Woo. Okay, let's back off a million miles and heal. Yeah, that move is actually like kind of punishable. Well, at least it's supposed to be. The tail swipe it. Tail swipe? No. Bro. If I could somehow beat this guy first try, I will be astounded. I usually struggle so much on this dude. I should probably be more dodging into him. Because right now I'm just like creating a ton of distance. But also I don't want to fight him over there. Like I kind of want to leash him into not these awful areas of the map where there's like rocks and whatnot that can mess up my dodges or give him some like funky, weird moves or follow-ups that I'm like not expecting. Come on, tail swiping. I know you want to. There you go. Tail swipe. Okay, now I'm like really one hit. Woo! Oh! That, I don't think that could have been closer. I don't think that could have been closer. Damn. That's a little frustrating. Very close. Very close fight. But, if anything, that shows that I can easily knock this out. Surely. Surely this won't take me like 20 tries. Surely. Spinny, spinny. Is it my turn to attack yet? Jesus, Crucible Knight. The answer was no. It's not my turn to attack yet. Not. Womp, womp. Ooh, that was a clutch dagger. He was 100% gonna hit me there. Alright, what we got? Tail swim? Basically on every single move, I have to be careful of the that tail swing. It can just like kind of come out of nowhere and catch you off guard. So I have to be like constantly vigilant of it. I mean, sure, you could say whatever it is. I'm not sure exactly what it is, so I can't say whether or not it's something that I'll necessarily follow, but I don't mind. So out of stamina. Thank you for being chill, Mr. Crystal Knight. Be it. Let's go! Crucible Knight is way more difficult than he needs to be. I don't know why that Crucible Knight is so hard. But we got there. Let's go. I should probably do the Knight's Cannon next. Oh no, y'all can see my OBS. There he is. The Knight.
You there?
Buck,
Could
I'm
you help us
sorry.
out, Cully?
I will not be giving you your needle. It will only bring you more pain and heartache. I think this is determination. I probably should pick up this. Yeah, determination is like actually not bad. Oh, yeah, I also like, completely forgot to drink my physic. I'm not gonna lie, I was reading the chat and just jumped off the bridge, not realizing where I was going. No, you're good, you're good. That's on me. That's on me for reading chat while fighting bosses. Yeah, I have had people say things about, like, logo and whatnot, and it's eventually something that I plan on, like, getting.
Oi, you there? Could you help
It's
us
just
out,
one of those things that takes time and effort. And it's something that I would have to put that time and effort into. And as of right now, like, I think my Twitch profile is, like, a pissed off looking Espeon. And that's just because, like, to me and my friends, like, that's what I am on Discord. And when I started streaming, it was because I was doing Elden Ring bingo, right? Like the bingo brawlers format that Captain Domo does. And so it was just like, oh, this is a fun thing to do on Discord. And it wasn't until later that I used it to, like, actually just stream. Okay, you are going to... Ah! He's gonna kill me. But, ironically enough, the thing that I've always said to myself is that if I ever get, like, I think it's like the Twitch partner thing. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's like the Twitch partners where, you know, people can actually, like, start subbing and whatnot. That's when I want to, like, start putting more effort into, like, the Twitch setup itself. But as of right now, where it's like, oh yeah, there's like 2 or 3 viewers, a good portion of which are friends. Affiliate, yes. I know that Twitch partner is like bigger than that, but I don't exactly remember the details of it. Because I have a lot of friends who are the Twitch affiliate. But for me, who's not, it's a lot of effort for very little reward and payoff. And I really do, like, admire the people who are able to put in that amount of, like, effort towards their streams. And it shows, and usually, like, they perform better because of that effort that they put in. But as for, like, right now where I just got, like, a couple people watching the stream, I haven't put in that effort yet. And, like, I know that a lot of people don't know and honestly don't care about my situation, but, like, I am at a point in my life where, like, it's not like I have a disposable income, right? Like, I'm one of those types of people that is, like, living paycheck to paycheck. And so, like, some people will be like, oh, well, you know, just take time out of your schedule to stream more often, or, you know, put in extra effort behind the scenes. And for me, it's already kind of, for me, I like putting that effort into, like, videos, like, get videos uploaded to YouTube. I want to start working on shorts and, like, getting some shorts uploaded. And because those are the areas that I want to focus in more and get more experience in, I'm obviously going to lack in other areas. Like, I'm not going to have a cool logo or emotes yet because...
Let me ask, are you here? Does your despite the...
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's...
It takes me any intro all I know. Now's
I
the
think
time.
you need to average something like 3 viewers for a month or something like that. And it's a little bit weird. I looked into it, and because of the way that it works, like, because, like, raids don't count, and, like, there's certain types of people that don't count because, like, obviously bot accounts don't work for that sort of thing. And so, like, there's a way that they detect, like, active members. Like, so for you right now who's typing in chat and actively being a part of the stream, they're gonna look at that and be like, okay, you are here. But for people that are just, like, lurking in the background, I'm sure I have at least 1 or 2 lurkers right now. I don't have it pulled up at the moment, but, like, I'm positive that there is at least 1 or 2 people just lurking at the moment. I'm not sure if they count, and if they do count, how much they count for, or, like... Okay, Vernell, what do I...
Here to learn. Well. Here to learn. Well.
Yeah. And if it says that I have 4 viewers right now, it's very possible that it's counting Stream Elements as a viewer, which I don't think Twitch counts for the purposes of affiliate, and I don't particularly blame them. I'm so glad I got that bell bearing hunter out of the chat. Ooh, huge dagger, let's go. Oh yeah. And if nothing else, I just like having people here to chat with while gaming. So even if it's not for the affiliate, I appreciate you just hanging around. My stamina is 0. That was deserved. My stamina was 0. Okay, this is the 3rd boss I have. You know, like I need to move my camera. I need to move my camera. Where is it? Where is it? Where is my face? Okay. I'm gonna move my face over here because this is, I kid you not, the third time in a row that boss had 0 HP. I need chat to see that boss had 0 HP when I died. I didn't realize that my face was covering up the health bar until I looked over and I was gonna say something. And I was like, all right, that's it. We need to move my face. I need everyone to see that. Okay, Renal, I need you to leave so I can fight a bell-bearing hunter. Me and him have words. Now this shack ain't big enough for the two of us. Apparently it is. The best part about that grab is that it actually moves him forward a bit, which like helps get him out of the shack. The problem is that I immediately followed it up with, you know, riposte, which sends him backwards, which just put him. Okay, let's not do that again. Huge bleed. Huge bleed. There we go. Whew. Alright. It took 2 attempts, but we got there in the end. Okay. There we go. All this money and absolutely nothing to do with it. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I need to Ash of the War, set this to Sacred Blade. Because we're going to fight ourselves a Deathbird. Alright. So if anyone's ever fought these guys and absolutely hated it, first off, Sacred Blade is busted, and second off, just don't lock on. The Deathbirds are so much easier to dodge if you don't lock onto them. For whatever reason, locking onto them, like, really messes with their, like, their targeting. And it's, cause like, you either lock onto the head or the body. And the body is like this like weird little stem. And so it's really hard to hit, especially if you have like a weapon that swings overhead. Cause if you get a weapon, if you get a weapon that swings overhead like this, because it's such a small little stick, it's so easy to just like whiff by like just directly going overhead. And so it's so much easier to just lock off and just hit them from behind. And the Deathrite Bird only has a couple moves that you can, like, that it does to turn around and hit you. And so if you learn how to recognize those, like, 2 or 3 moves, it's the most consistent way to fight the Deathrite Bird. Well, I keep saying Deathrite Bird. Deathbirds and Deathrite Birds have the same moveset with just, like, a couple variations. I think it's time to fight. I think it's time to fight the ulcerated tree spirit. The Deathbird? Yeah, so Deathbirds are super, super weak to Holy, which is one of their biggest, like, that's how I think, like, the game is supposed to, like, it's telling you that you need to fight these guys with Holy. So when you throw on Sacred Blade on a weapon like Morningstar, so I don't know how into like Elden Ring you are, So there are different types of damage that you do. And obviously the game tells you physical, magic, fire, lightning, holy, whatever. And so you see holy on a Deathrite bird and you think, okay, that's great. There's also different types of physical damage. Strike damage is what Deathrite bird, like death birds and Deathrite birds are weak to. And so if you have a strike weapon, like my Sacred Morningstar, and then you put Sacred on top of it, it ends up doing a ton of damage. And then you can see like how quickly I killed that death bird. And once I go to Weeping, like you'll see that the other one also gets deleted in like 3 or 4 hits. Oh, I completely forgot that because I'm naked, I'm gonna like get poison there every single time. That could potentially be problematic. There is good news though. The good news being that there's a Stake America down here. And if I die... Oh, also, fun trick to dealing with these... Ah! I won't be able to pull it off. Okay, so there's a fun trick that I totally messed up because I accidentally clicked one of the, like, back buttons on my controller, which, like... But if you quit out, the chariot despawns. So if you ever find yourself in a situation where you're about to get hit by them and you don't suck at quitting out, you could quit out. So I quit out, chariot's gone, and I should be able to just like run the rest of the way down without any issues, because it should respawn back at the top, not down here. So if I look up, no chariot. That quit out tech is kind of funny. It's mostly just a speed thing. Am I dead? I am dead. I've never had the chariot come down here. I've like actually never had the chariot come down here. I wonder if I'm close enough to the Stake of America. I doubt it. I think it's like hard coded to be like a specific area. I do find it a little funny that I am dying more to the run of this hero's grave than anything else. I'm not gonna make it to the first cubby hole. First, we stop here. Then we insta-go. And we come here. And we try to make it to the second one. Now that the chariot's going back up, it should take it longer to get here, which means that it should never reach me while I'm running down this way. way, I don't know if it's actually possible for me to kill this tree spirit because I am poisoned. I'm on a clock. I'll try though. Stab in the eye. Oh, that's not the move I thought he was gonna do. That was the last healing flask. Good news is that poison is almost run off. He should explode now. So just gotta look at the ground to see where the explosions are gonna go off. Woo! Grab. Hit in. Fire breath here. If I could get a riposte or like a stance break, that would kind of be huge. Because poison doesn't tick during a riposte animation. It looks like it doesn't matter though. The poison ran out and I did not die. Let's go. So as long as I just don't get hit, this is all doable. It's gonna explode again. Oh, okay. I didn't see the explosion on the ground. That's my bad, I guess. Honestly, I would run that back. I thought I got a little robbed there, but I don't think I was looking in front of me. It could have been that I was just like right next to one that was exploding right in front of me. But now I'll actually have healing flasks. So this should make things a little bit easier. Not being poisoned. Money's useless, but I want it. I want to see how much money I can accumulate. I keep forgetting that I put on Determination. For those that don't know, Determination just makes your next attack do more damage. Okay. Note to self, do not get slammed on. That will kill you. It's kind of funny though. Not gonna lie. A little upset at how often ulcerated tree spirits like are in these tiny little catacombs. So because it's so hard to see what the heck they're doing in these tiny little catacombs. Because they're actually like deceptively easy to tell what they're doing when you can see what they're doing. This has definitely been the most difficult boss so far. I thought I had the dodge on the tail swipe, I just did not. So that was it. My bad. Because for some reason trees bleed. Ooh, that whiff was bad. That whiff was bad. That dodge was worse, but that whiff was bad. This up lock in. I've done some really good runs now. I think it's just performing. Good. At least still alive. Ooh, that whip was bad. Some of these whiffs are bad just because it's stance pressure. The longer this boss is staggered for is the longer I can't get hit by some like BS whiff. Alright, that should be it. Die. Whew. All right. So that leaves patches for the Limgrave bosses. Okay. I'm I'm gonna get patches, and then probably gonna refill my water before moving on to Weeping. We'll finish off with Stormveil. I'll try to finish off with the Legacy Dungeon in each region. Okay. We put on this bandit mask because I don't think it matters. Nereus is gonna absolutely destroy us in 2 hits. But there's an ancient technique to any NPC fight, and that is when in doubt, running R2 it out.
It isn't Nereus. The bloody finger. The end is nigh. For you. And yourself.
Yura. Stats. I've never actually done a Reduvia. 13 Arcane, 13 Dex. All that would require is going into the DLC. Actually, does the Scar Seal? The Maricas, not the Radagon. I think the Marika's Scar Seal increases Arcane. Maybe. Well, well, well. Think you'd help yourself to another man's personal belongings?
Well, well, well. Help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh? You
Yes.
scheming little thief.
The gods demand repentance.
Cough up your coin. All of it.
The downside of wielding a shield, Patches, is
No one likes a bull-headed brute, you know.
yeah, we do. Unfortunately required for all bosses.
What a shit show.
Alright. That is all bosses in Limgrave. Done and dusted. All at RL1. Also the +0 weapon, technically. I never upgraded my weapon. So. There are 10 bosses in Weeping that I must now take care of. I think I will just pivot here. And then I'm gonna go refill my water. Hello. I've returned. Oh boy. Head out my face. Alright. Alright, chaps. No, I did the wrong thing. What? Refill my water from the tap, and I gotta say, I'm still not used to the tap water here. Anytime I move, that's like the thing that gets me the most, I think, is the tap water. Like, I'm not sure if y'all have this, but like, if you ever move or you like are traveling or you go someplace else, like the thing that always gets me is like the changing of water. Like, I'll eventually get used to it and I'll learn to like it, but like, it's like I could taste the difference in the minerality between the waters that I drink. I can probably jump attack him more often so I can hit the on the top. Hitting the horse will work. It'd be so much more efficient if I also hit the actual cat himself. Is coming down. When the horse is coming down? Don't know, but horse is coming down soon. Dude, Knight's Calves stall so much. If anything, this is like the one thing I don't like about Knight's Calves. Like, look at how much he's, like, just running around. Don't call my chat cheap viewers. Dude, that was so unfortunate. But I blame it being a Knight's Cav and being so stally. The good news is that I'm in a situation where right now, like, I'm using a +0 weapon. So my hope is that later on in this run, when I have an upgraded weapon, these guys won't be nearly as bad. Check. Wow. Hopefully y'all didn't hear the Amber Alert in the background. And if you did, hopefully you don't mind it. Hopefully it was the best Amber Alert you ever heard in your life. Wait, who are you hitting? Like, just actually, who are you aiming at? Save a horse, ride a cowboy. Let's go. We got Knight Rider Flail, which probably is, yep, less wieldable than the other one. The other flail. Alright. If you told me that the boss that would give me the most trouble so far would be a Knight's Cav, I wouldn't believe you. Ironically enough, I have more confidence in Knight's Cavs and, like, ulcerated tree spirits than I probably do most of the other bosses that I've been fighting. So I'm kind of surprised that those are the bosses that have kind of like hung me up more. Okay, these 3 bats are the absolute worst part about this arena. Good news, friendly fires. That was a little bit of a messy fight, I must say. That fight was a little less than ideal. Should probably finish running to Castle Morn. We will eventually need to take on the Leonine Misbegotten. Probably be good to go there sooner rather than later. Hello, bow golem that does not see me somehow. How do you not see me? Like, actually, how does that guy not see me? So who do I have to fight? I could go do the Scaly Misbegotten now. So far I've got the Deathbird, the Knight's Cav, and the Tree Avatar, and that's it. We fight the Scaly Misbegotten. Also, these guys can enter the fight with you, so you quit out at that door. Just prevent any of them from coming in, saying hi. Because the last thing you want is somebody, like, coming in and fighting with you. I don't think anyone really cares for the duo fights in Elden Ring, and having a accidental duo fight on a boss that... that I still had this on the Ranger Blade. If anyone tells you Scaly Misbegotten is the hard boss, it ironically can be sometimes because it has weird delays and hyper armor. Also, Rusted Anchor is wieldable. If I two-hand that, that is actually wieldable. It's kind of interesting. That is a tech that I could use. It's an interesting tech, but it is a tech that I could... I'm adjusting my camera. See if I can... There we go. That's a little bit better for me. Yeah. Alright, so who do I got? Who do I got? Who do I got? We got... The easy ones to knock out are the Cemetery Shade and the Blighted Miranda. I will need a Stone Sword key. I think I used both of mine already, so I don't think I have any. Yeah, I don't have any Stone Sword keys in my inventory right now. I honest to goodness don't know where I would get one. I might need to like look that up on a map where to get Stone Sword key in Limgrave Weeping. Don't mind me, just Googling, just Googling. Extra-ing. Always believe in the power of extra. Well. There's one held by a corpse at Dragonburnt Ruins next to the main Arcane Room of the Giant. I think I know where that is. I actually think I know where that is. I should be able to do that for the Ancient Heroes the gonna say, I think this game is a little stingy with its, I think this game is a little stingy with its stone sword keys. First off, I have never met anyone who's like, man, I really love stone sword keys. They are the best design decision from software ever did ever. Literally never met anyone who thought that or felt that way. And then like they put way more later in the game, which I feel like is a bit like, I get it, right? It's supposed to be like a limited resource, but the problem is that you don't know what is behind those keys when you first play through the game. And so it's hard to tell like when you should and when you shouldn't use a key, right? For example, like one of them that I know that holds a good item is the Lightning Scorpion Charm, right? And the Lightning Scorpion Charm, I think, is the only Scorpion Charm in the game that's behind a stone sword key like that. So it's kind of like, how are you supposed to know that that is worth it? And B, like, if you're not using lightning in your build at all, and you use a stone sword key on that, right? That's just an example of like the type of thing where you don't know what's going to be good and what's going to be bad when you use your stone sword key. And I think you can kind of convince people, or at least like eventually encourage people into not using their stone sword keys because they think, oh, this thing isn't very good, right? Because they opened a door and it was just like one item and they're like, well, I don't know what that item is. Or I think even a potentially worse thing that can happen as a result of that is you kind of funnel your players into not using the stone sword keys, or like Googling what's behind those doors. Which I think for a blind experience is just kind of lame. And it's something that I did during my first run. Like, I just Googled it. Like, when I found a stone sword key location, I would Google the name of the catacomb or whatever that I was in and be like, yo, is this important? And 9 times out of 10, this wasn't. So yawny. I don't know why. I feel like I just yawn a lot. Maybe I'm just like not breathing properly on stream. I remember I was told, like, somebody, yawning is like bad breathing. So like if you're not breathing well, you'll yawn
Well, it's
more.
been an age, so can I help?
I just want to see what the Zweihander is. 11 decks. You gotta have 11 decks. It just like, it really wants to throw that in there just to like, fuck RL run. One runs in particular. Oh my god, you sell stone sword keys. This was a complete accident. I didn't know that he sold stone sword keys. That's actually perfect. Let's buy all your stuff. You know, I'll buy your arterial
Leave
leaves.
us safe.
Nobody ever in the history of ever has been like, I want an arterial leaf. But you know what? I got cash to spare. Honestly, I think part of why I'm yawning is because it's like really warm in here. And I don't know what it is about like the heat, but it does things to me. Take that, ancient hero of Zamora. I keep forgetting that I probably don't actually want a Sacred Blade here. Maybe Sacred Blade is okay. Hero. Oh, I'm totally hitting it. Okay. Ancient Hero is a bit of a tricky one. Oh, it's kind of great. I didn't realize that until like... It's just like resting up against my chair. Alright, now we go fight a flower. Why is a flower a boss? Good question. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna craft some fire pots. I think this is how we destroy the flower. If I remember, there used to be a bingo square which was kill a boss consumables only. And at one point in time, they wanted to change it up by saying, kill a boss in weeping consumables only. Or something like that. They were like, because it was like this rushable square, and they were like, you know what, let's give it a try for bingo. And I specifically remember testing. I remember testing it. On this guy. And I want to say that it was something like 4 pots was enough to kill him. It was something silly. But also, pots have scaling. And I don't remember what the fire pot scales with. Because I know that holy pots scale with faith. It's the only reason I know that pots have some amount of innate scaling. Alright. Obviously was not 5. So now we have 1, 2, 3. The Watchdog, the Rune Bear, and a Leonine. So, I know Rune Bear is going to be a bit of a pain. I know that Leonine's going to be a bit of a pain. But I think that's the Watchdog that comes with imps, which is going to be the world's biggest pain of all time. String and excrement. I don't know what I would have done without those items. I always forget what's in here, because I always check it for randomizer. Pickled turtleneck! I should have put on the lantern. I should have put on the lantern. Oh my god. I'm like focusing so hard so I can see. It's like actually really dark in here for me. I don't know what it looks like for y'all, but yeah, it's pretty bad. I'm just gonna top off real quick because Rune Bear scares me. And that's why Rune Bear scares me. Kind of worried about Rune Bear for now. Rune Bear? Done. Dusted. Life, what do you want? Okay. Oh, I thought I was gonna miss that jump. Missing that jump would be the worst thing ever. Oh, it's a goal. By the way, if you've never learned these really dope skips for Castle Morn, they are so much fun. I learned these for bingo. So, they're quite fun. Quite fun. Quite fun indeed. My brain sees 32,000 runes in my back corner and is like, did you want to sit and level? I have to remind myself, no. I do not want to sit and level. That would ruin the whole point of RL1 if I sat down and leveled. Alright, Leonine Misbegotten. We'll go ahead and start with the I didn't think that was gonna hit. To be fair, I did not think it was going to hit. I was actually surprised when I died. I was like, huh? It's already been like 2 hours or so. We've already almost been streaming for 3 hours. Dang. Dang. You know what? I kind of want to just get my money. This is like so useless. But against a boss I know that can one-shot me, this is like, you might be thinking, it's an RL1 run. Why would you need your money? I don't. This is just a save up for if I want to purchase stones sometime later on in the run. Okay, so you do not have time to determination before getting the cost against Rune 9. Never mind, I'm just bad at getting there because okay, so I wanted to check Crafted Blade Greatsword when I got it. It is 40 strength and 14 dex. Dang, I was gonna say. So 40 dex. How do we do the math on that? That is like what? Divided by 3 is about 13. So you would need 27 to wield it? That's rough. Because if you only needed 25, then you could do the strength tier plus the sword seal and then use its ability to like get other stats to use other weapons potentially too. Oh yeah, I could just like get Godrick's Great Rune. I'm an idiot. So sword seal plus Godrick's Great Rune plus strength tier, and that's wieldable. It is crazy how much random stuff is wieldable. I forgot I need to message somebody about a gaming thing. Okay. So I should probably take off the blue dancer because it's not going to be doing too much. +3 to stats could make it so I could wield more potentially interesting stuff, and I don't know if it's worth it. Axe Talisman is obviously good. I just say that because Blue Dancer is going to start becoming less relevant until later on, where it starts becoming more relevant again, where my damage increases a lot more. So that means that the damage increase given by Dancer is going to be more impactful. It won't let me wield the Uchi or the Bloodhound Fang, but it could help me wield the Zwei, because Zwei is 18 by 3 is 6, 12, 13. Yeah, I think I could wield the Zweihander, which is kind of funny. Like, wielding the Zweihander with that is... I'm a little distracted, but I'm like thinking about my options. Like, what are the things that I can do? Because there are like... Sorry. I have a... I'm participating in a tournament for bingo, and so I'm messaging my opponent, and he just like got back to me right now, which is why I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to like be staring at my phone, but it's like we're just trying to get that schedule sorted out. Also, if you see me kind of fanning myself a bit with my shirt, it is 80 degrees Fahrenheit in here. It is like, what is that in Celsius? I think it's like just under 30 degrees. So it'd be something like 28, 29 degrees Celsius or something like that. And that's hot. And not in the good way. It's just uncomfortably warm. So it's also why I'm like guzzling through water so quick. Impaler's Catacombs, my least favorite catacomb to go through. What that poor mistake you could have guessed. Ghost World War II. Never knew that. This is gonna sound weird, but I like running through these catacombs and picking up random items, like especially like these floorboards and whatnot, because like I said, I play bingo, and so sometimes you forget what these items are, and in an actual match, you don't go out of your way to grab them. So whenever I do like a for fun thing like this, where it's like, oh, it's just a challenge run, I like running through and grabbing these things and being like, what are these? Like, is this a thing that I could do potentially in like a bingo match where like, say Watch Dogs is a thing and like I'm over here anyways, like could I also sneak in some Love Ward along the way? Because that is something that could make that way more enticing of a play. Yep, this is the one with imps. The real problem is that they're... So, the problem that I've always had with duo fights in Elden Ring is that the enemies move independently from each other, which, for realism, 10 out of 10. For gameplay, 0 out of 10. Because what happens in gameplay is you find yourself in a lot of situations where RNG dictates that you just can't do it. And like, look, I'm literally actively trying to hit these dudes, and they're just like also backing out. And they're constantly swapping who's aggroed and when, and like, it's just such a pain in the booty. And like, I'm in this sort of situation where it's like, okay, now I'm getting pincered. And like I said, it's strategically, if this weren't a video game where the player is intended to be able to, you know, win, this is a mighty fine strategic choice made by the imps. Dude, I dodged. I mean, obviously I didn't, because, like, yep, I'm dead. I'm dead. Dude, this is one of the worst boss fights in this game. Like, I've done a ton of, like, randomizer stuff and whatnot, and I think I could say with 100% confidence that bosses like this are the worst. This sort of boss with... I'm gonna... see. This might be better than using, like, Dancer. I'm gonna try it out. So my issue with these sort of boss fights, which are like Gary, this and Imps, the Cemetery Shade with Skeletons, is that in Elden Ring, they're all attacking independently. Which means that you end up in a lot of situations where it feels like RNG, whether or not you're able to... Like, look at this dude. I can't just, like, eat a kukri at him because he's just, like, completely dodging it. Meanwhile, I have 3 other enemies all, like, out for blood. And the positioning is all independent, so I have to constantly be, like, weary of where their positioning within this arena is. And then I finally get to the chance where it's like, okay, I can attack you, and then the dude just, like, backs up. Right? He just runs away, backs up. And so it turns into a match where it feels like all I'm doing is running. I'm running in a big circle. Either I'm running from the boss, I'm running from one of the imps, I'm running to one of the imps, I'm trying to catch up to an imp that's running away from me. There's always some sort of aspect of running. And for the purposes of engagement, this is just like not engaging gameplay. Like, I don't know who's watching this in the stream right now and going, wow, this looks like such a fun boss fight. Like, if I saw this gameplay on a stream and I had never heard about Elden Ring before in my life, I would go, Elden Ring? Not for me. Dude, I'm hitting dodge and I'm not dodging. Please, dodge that attack. Okay, that's not worth it. I'm just running away. I know you could kind of circle strafe that attack, but yes, all bosses. And I'm not sure if you just saw, this is one of the bosses that I just, I would rather do Valiant Gargoyles than these sort of bosses. And it's not just this one. And this one is a little bit of an outlier because, hold up, I think there's a speck of dust on my camera and I can see it. Like cemetery shade and skeletons, imps with like the watchdog with imps, those sort of fights. Gary, oh my god, Gary with his like spell casting and then all of his little rolling skeleton snails that you have to run away from. Honestly, I'm less worried about Valiant Gargs because you can kind of leash Valiant Gargoyles to one corner and fight them one at a time-ish. Not saying I'm looking forward to Valiant Gargs, mind you, but by the way, that finishes up all of the Weeping Peninsula bosses, which means all that's left is Stormvale Castle. I am going to be distracted driving for a second. Okay. Sorry. For those who just hopped into chat, I'm participating in a vanilla bingo tournament hosted by Bingo Club. And so I was just responding to a series of messages that me and my opponent were sharing with each other. We're trying to set up when we're going to be doing our match this week. In other words, if you're interested in watching some vanilla Elden Ring bingo, feel free to hit that follow button, and hopefully later this week you can check it out. That was so greedy. Never mind, that was bad. Bro, I strafed that too well, which sounds weird, but like that's a thing you can do. Is if you strafe it too hard, he like wraps around and hits you. Dude, that double spin is such a rare move that he does. I'm not 100% used to dodging it. To be fair, that was my fault. I should have just gotten a little bit more up close and personal. That was kind of a scaredy cat way of fighting him. Also, am I gonna absolutely throw this run trying to get these runes that don't matter at all? Yes. Once I get access to Liurnia, I want to be able to buy all the smithing 1s and 2s. And that's why I'm saving all my, like, Limgrave runes. Was a little ballsy. I figured that was a stagger. What are you gonna do? Big slam, jump forward. Got a talisman pouch? That's pretty big. What do we put there? Probably Axe Talisman. I think Axe Talisman is gonna be the best thing I could put in there for right now.
Who there?
I got stuck. Open the main gate.
The guard you breached. Well, but of course, I'd advise.
I don't care what you advise against. Open the gates! Melano! Ooh, I could buy stuff from... I could buy this stuff from Round Table, like the Stone Sword keys and whatnot. Because that was sort of the thing, is that I'm holding on to all this money that, like, obviously I can't use into levels, so... being able to buy this stuff from Round Table does make a huge difference. So what am I actually going to potentially use? Battle Axe is very usable. The mace, I think, is also very usable. I will buy the stone sword keys, and I will buy the armor, I think. I might as well buy this seal because it requires absolutely 0 stats to put into. Oh yeah, offer a bell bearing. Patch's shop has this and this. I might as well pick up the foul feet. I have 4 foul feet. Okay. So I'm gonna want to get the Grace for the Godric's Great Rune, and I think just like having Godric's Great Rune active this entire run is gonna be what makes the biggest difference. Chat, you didn't see that. I may or may not have flubbed that quite a bit. I'm gonna rest here just to reset the lion's positioning because I don't want him to be in some like weird spot and then I just get like one shot. I will buy flowers. Morningstar Gopher. What was that? Water again. Ugh. It's gonna take me way too long to get used to the tap here. What do you have in you again? No, I want to know what you have. Stormcaller, yes. Stormcaller is not good if I remember correctly. I'm sure it is super, super fun. But I think that's like the Nefeli Lu, but not. Because it doesn't have the added like lightning and whatnot effects to it. Which, if I remember correctly, is what makes the Nefeli stuff as good as it is. Alright. Godric, me and you, buddy. Let's go. That was, what, 3 charge attacks? That felt weird. Like, I'm sure I messed up something, But that felt weird. Yeah, I knew that was gonna hit. I'm in a tough spot. I think I'm just dead. Yep. Can't run into those gravestones. And I was in an awkward position to run behind him. That was bad. That was bad. Good thing it's not Deathless, it's just Rune Level 1. It's a little weird that I'm doing Rune Level 1 to practice for Deathless. Because they're like the opposite. You like jump at me? Okay, thanks. I'm gonna go get my money. You're definitely gonna throw shit at me. No. I'm surprised he did his overhead slam. Reserved. Stagger. And stagger. Locked up foul.
And one day we'll return together.
I believe the grace spawns
to our home,
right here.
bathed in rays of gold.
Maybe like alrighty. So let's activate that great rune. You know, I just am worried that I'm just going to fail to dodge the arrow dude and just absolutely eat it. So I'm just gonna drink my physic in case. I'm so bad at dodging specifically the arrow dude. Okay. Do I have rune arcs? That's another question. I think I could buy them from NES. It doesn't matter. But I need to make sure that if I want to use a weapon for a region, I don't die too much if it requires rune arcs. Or I have a backup that just doesn't require a rune arc whatsoever. I'm going to Liurnia, which means I'm finally going to get the dex tier, which means I could use the dex weapons like Uchi. But I think I want to save the Uchi katana for like later areas of the game, because from what I've heard, Uchi's really good for Rune Level 1 runs. Like, from what I've heard from Rune Level 1 runs, the standouts are Starfist, Iron Balls, the Anspar Rapier, and Uchi. Like, but I've never done an RL1 run before, and honest to goodness, I don't even think I've watched somebody do an RL1 run before. I just know that from friends who've done it, those are weapons that they'd used in the past, so I'm going to assume that they have to be good for a reason. Alright, Godric's Great Rune. And with that, we have finished all of Limgrave. That's actually, like, really kind of exciting for me. All of Limgrave is done. RL1. This is my first time doing RL1. So I'm, like, very, very ecstatic. Sorry I am, like, glowing white. It is... The sun is coming down and beating on top of me. But yeah, I'm very excited to say that, like, I've gotten RL1. I'm starting the run. Limgrave is the easiest one, and there were a couple bosses that gave us some trouble. I was kind of surprised at the ones that gave us trouble. Like, I think Crucible Knight was second try, which is the one that I thought would end up giving me the most trouble. And then the one that actually gave me the most trouble was the Ulcerated Tree Spirit. But I think part of that was just he's in a catacomb. And him being in a catacomb made it so that way it was hard for me to see his tells. So, overall, very happy with my performance. I don't have a death counter, but I'm pretty sure we're sitting somewhere around like 20 deaths. So, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. I would count that as an absolute win. I think I'm going to open up, get the first Grace in Liurnia, and then I'm going to take a quick break. Jostock, I think you sell Buckler. That would be very, very good for later. He doesn't sell anything else that's, like, good, right? Just, like, the bandit stuff. Whatever, we'll buy the bandit set. It's not useful, but we'll buy it. By the way, big thank you to anyone who's, like, coming to stream and is watching, even if you're just lurking. I really appreciate it. I took a bit of a long break away from streaming while me and my fiance were moving. And I wasn't sure if when I came back to it, anyone would be interested in watching. So the fact that I had, you know, 3 unique chatters even for just the first stream coming back ends up meaning quite a bit. So if you're sitting there lurking, if you like what you're seeing, feel free to leave a follow. If not, that's fine too. I just hope that you're enjoying yourself gaming as much as I am. I know I said I was literally gonna grab the first grace and then just like take the break, but then I'm like in here. I'm like, yeah, let's do some running. No, I'll probably quit out here at the grace down here. It's because I started talking and I wanted to finish my thought. Alright. I'll be putting it on the be right back screen, and then I will see you guys hopefully soon. I'll probably be like 5-10 minutes though, so. return to the land of the living. I have returned, chat. Okay. On to Liurnia. Okay. On to Liurnia bosses. And I know exactly which one I want to do first.
Surprised no matter why don't
Casual 27 stones. I currently have 0 humor. I don't know if I'm ever going to use this cookbook, but it could potentially be useful, and I'm right here anyways. So. Same with the ritual pop. I also feel like I'm kind of stuck between this rock and a hard place of
Hello.
is crab ever worth it? And the reason I say that is because there's Bogart. He drops the iron balls, which feels like it could be a really good weapon for this run. But the counter to that is that I lose access to any boiled grab potentially in the future. I feel like I'm not ever going to use boiled crab. Plus I'd have to like do his whole quest, which just sounds like something I'd rather not do. That's probably inside. The message earlier. Right. Dexterity not tier. I'm so sorry, my buddy. You're about to get absolutely annihilated. Strength, 8 dex. Man, why does it gotta be 11 strength? That is mildly awkward. I think the two-handing buff still works, but I'm not entirely sure. I think I'm actually going to like hold on. I think I'm gonna use the broadsword for Liurnia, maybe. Very, very good weapon. Doesn't require a ton of stats. And it doesn't... It's probably not one of the weapons I'm going to use later on in the run. Whoop! The crab noticed. No! Go back to sleep, crab! God dang it. Oh, I kind of want my money. That's kind of a decent chunk of change that I want to use to buy stones. Good, they're sleepy. I should also be picking up and leveling up any weapons that I might potentially be interested in using. So like I should probably like just pick up the Uchi. Pick up the Uchi. I meant upgrade like Uchi, upgrade the iron balls, upgrade I don't know if there's any somber weapons that actually really get used in RL1. I don't know of any anyways. Like I could imagine something like the Golden Epitaph being used for birds. But I don't know if they are used. Or if it's just like me theoretically being like, oh, that could be an interesting weapon. Trail. I'm thinking I just kind of want to get the Academy key and kill the Crystallions boss like as quickly as possible. Because that seems like the most efficient use of my time. Kill the Crystallions, because that gives me the Bell Bearing that I can then use to purchase stones, which will be a much better use of my... Because like right now I kind of have this fear of like, I'm running... Actually, Ice Ride and Hatchet. Like, I'm kind of just running around with all this money. And I always have this fear of, like, losing it. And I want something to just, like, dump my money into because, like, obviously I'm not going to use it for levels. So it's got to be, like, it makes more sense to dump it into something instead of just, like, letting it disappear forever. the grace over yonder there. Did I grab the grace? I don't know if I actually grabbed that grace or not. I'll lean towards no. Normally coming this way route for the money, but like I don't need the money. Might as well pop balloons. Never know if the money will come in handy for buying something later down the line when I have like no money in my pocket. It's probably a bit excessive and unnecessary, but so I know I picked up Ice Rhine Hatchet. 11 strength and 16 dex. Yeah, that's like super usable. Just like throwing a dex tier two-hand it, like that's super usable. I'm gonna see, like, if anyone in chat knows, like, what people generally will use for, RL1 runs, but... So I kind of just like looked at it, and I know that Reddit is not the most viable source for information, but they seem to mostly just say use whatever sounds like fun. It doesn't seem like there's too much of a hyper-developed meta, which is nice. It is nice. off to fight the Crystallians. I'm trying to, like, realistically think about what I want to use throughout this run. Because I know that I want to change my weapons each region, right? And so I'm trying to think, like, where things are going to be good. I'm honestly thinking Altus, I could use, like, Anspur Rapier, and if I wanted to, I could dual wield that with the Cold Rapier that you find after the Royal Revenant fight. That could be an interesting play. Obviously, like, I'm wielding the broadsword right now, but, like, I don't have to use broadsword. It's just, like, a good option I have. Like, I still haven't used Lord Soren's Greatsword or Zweihander, which are also usable. There's Uchi. Technically, Bloodhound's Fang, now that I have Dex and Strength tiers, are something that I can wield. I don't know how much of that weapon is carried by stats. Because the thing is that you're going to want a weapon with, like, good base damage. But not necessarily good scaling. But it can't just be good base damage as in, like, +0. It has to be, like, good base damage +9. There are a couple weapons that I could think like that. Like, Serpent Hunter immediately comes to mind. But obviously, I'm going to try and use Serpent Hunter in the area with Rykard. I am not looking forward to RL1 Rykard. I've done it before and I kind of hate it. It scares me. Thank you for your stones. I didn't want to push that button, but here we are. Boom. The square off finish. Now we got the Smithing Stone Miner's Bell Bearing. Which I am immediately going to give to the Finger Raider Crones. What do you... Okay, so Soraya's necklace. So, first off, I should probably try to find out how many weapons I want to realistically upgrade here. Right? So I want to upgrade the Iron Balls. That's one. I want to upgrade potentially the Ice Rhine Hatchet. I know I want to upgrade the Uchi. I want to upgrade the Zweihander. That's 4 smithing weapons. And the broadsword would be 5. So 5 smithing weapons. And they're 12 each. So 5 times 12 is 60. They don't pay me to think around here, Chief. Part of me is thinking that, like, Ice Rhine Hatchet might be good for Caleb in a weird way, Dragon Barrel, because it is good against, like, dragons like Exikes, and I mean, I know that Grail isn't a thing, but, like, and it is good against, like, Radon and whatnot. My only, like, it's magic damage for the BBK. Like, that could be a decent weapon to just use there. Just saying. Just saying. Perfect. That used up my money in a very clean way. Alright. It's time to just start taking out Liurnia bosses. Go down the checklist. There are 25 Liurnia bosses, though. So, like, this is just, like, a bit overwhelming in a way. Like, it's so much. There's so much to do. Sort of missed. Drink. Okay, I want to see if I can lure. This would be a good case for Shard of Alexander, by the way. Also, I don't need the Sword Seal here for this, so I'm curious if it's worth it to potentially swap it out with a different talisman. I'll give it a go. Let's use the insignia. We'll see where this takes us. Bloodhound Night. It says Bloodhound Night is next. We go Bloodhound Night next. That's what the checklist is for, just to not have to think and check off bosses one at a time. I feel like I'm running a bit out of steam in the commentary department, and I apologize for that if y'all were here to listen to me yap. It is very, very warm where I live, in case some of y'all were not here for that bit of the conversation. It's like 80 degrees in here, and I'm getting a bit sweaty. Also, I think there was like a jump that you could do, like, yeah. I'm not sure if that was it, but it works. Hello, Bloodhound Knight. I feel like I should have gotten hit there. Lieutenant. Yes, a rune arc. Our collection of rune arcs begins. I am terrified of that Erd Tree Burial Watchdog. You know what I did not do? I did not grab the map piece over here. Which I probably should have done. The cool thing about bingo mods is that they like just give you the map fragments to start. Grabbing Temple Quarter Grace. Wow. I thought I didn't. That's so nice. Oh, I could go kill Bowls. Bowls would be a fun one to knock out now. We got the 5 times WWE Champion Bowls. Let's go. Boys. Yeah, you did it. Weeby Bowls. First try. RL1. Let's go. Obviously, this is what peak gameplay looks like. I was gonna say, I'm not saying that I didn't deserve to get hit there. I was just confused because I thought I drank my flask, which I did not do. Whoops. Honestly, Opaline Bubble Tier is like 90% of the reason why I'm okay with doing these sort of, like, this challenge. Like, if I had to be 100% perfect all the time... Also, this is gonna sound so weird, but, like, this damage is the reason we're using Broadsword now. And, like, you might be looking at the yellow damage and being like, what do you mean? But, like, this is a +6 weapon, and, like, the damage is really not that insane. Like, you gotta remember that this is an Erdtree avatar. And with how absolutely absurdly strong the Broadsword is early, like, I can already see, like, against these bosses with a slightly bigger health pool, like, it's kind of taken a while to get the kill. What? Mushroom. You know, something that I never really thought of until right now is I literally just went around some like random corner there and there was a mushroom. That means that some developer saw this tiny little corner, this tiny little crevice, and thought someone will go down there and we're gonna put a mushroom there, right? Like, that's kind of crazy, like, when you think about how big the Elden Ring map is. Because something doesn't happen a ton in the DLC, and I've been playing a lot more of the DLC recently, but like going back to base game, like a lot of these sort of complaints about the DLC having a lot of like dead ends and blank corners, it's the little details like that that make this feel more lived in as a game. Is like, I picked up like a bunch of random crafting materials on the way to this catacomb from a random cliff that I jumped off after killing the Erd Tree avatar because I was just trying to like efficiently path. And that's kind of cool. And I don't necessarily think that that's something that would get recognition. But it's also little details like this that truly make this game of the year. I don't know why they put like 17 invisible walls there, by the way. Like, oh, this is the snail. I thought this was the Black Knife Assassin. I don't know why. I'm scared of Liurnia. I hear him just like lurking in the background. Whoa. Die, snail. We did it. We beat a snail. I don't know how it was done. They prophesized it could never be done. I beat a snail in a fight. Let's go. Alright, let's get the Yoming. We're chugging along, boys and girls and squirrels and stuff. By the way, in case it comes up, I'm gonna try and stream tomorrow, but I have a job interview at 11 o'clock CST. And if that interview goes well, I might just like start working immediately. I might go home. That interview might take a couple hours. I don't know. But the plan is, gotta get that larval tier unless I need to respec back down to RL1, right? But as I was saying, the idea is that I stream once I finish up that interview, and that's when I should be back online, but I don't know when that will happen. Also, I'm kind of aiming for these like 4 to 5 hour long streams, just like every day. So $48 and $48. I will say I did enjoy my time here today on stream. Very happy with how things are going so far. See if I could leash this Omen Killer. There are a bunch of dogs down there, by the way, which is why I'm trying to get this Omen Killer to like just come up here on the hill. Bad touch timing. God dang, Square Off is overpowered. And the way that, oh, I thought that was a riposte. That could have been very bad. Okay, I think I should set up this side of Liurnia a bit more. At least get the tibia marrow and all that jazz. I don't know if I'm mentally prepared to fight another friggin' Night Scav, but ironically enough with the broadsword, it might not be an issue. It might have just been a, like, Morning Star specific. These guys are a pain in the butt because you're using this weapon. Who else is over here? Oh yeah, the, trying to think of the word. Is it Rhodes End Catacomb? I think it's Rhodes End Catacomb. The one with the watchdog, the magic watchdog. I'm trying to think of all the watchdog catacombs. There's so many random bits of knowledge you kind of feel like you have to know when you do runs like these. I'm not gonna lie though, like, I'm sure y'all can see my face is glowing white. The sun is beating down in my room at the moment. Like, we just moved in, and when we moved in there was no AC. So I went out and I bought an AC unit. But those things are kind of expensive, right? Like, they're not cheap. They're not, like, ungodly, but, like, it's like $120, and that was one that we got on sale. But I put that in the bedroom because, obviously, like, that's where my fiance and I sleep. And I can't speak for everybody, but I'd rather have a cold room that I sleep in than a cold room that I, like, work and play in, right? But unfortunately, that means that I'm in this situation where right now with the broken AC, like, this is the furthest I get away from that room. And so this room is, like, incredibly hot, and like, after the day, like, it's spent sort of all day cooking in the sun. I'm glad I got knocked out of that animation. I did not want to eat a foul. Yo, where'd he go? Where'd he go? There's no way that hit. There's no way that that hit. That's crazy. That is so crazy. Sorry, I got a email. I have to make sure it's not importante. It is not. There we go. A little embarrassing that I died to a Tibia Mariner, but RL1 control you sometimes. I think that's life. I'm gonna try and set up a couple more braces because it's starting to get to that time that I'm gonna have to make dinner. So I want to at least have a really good setup for tomorrow where I can just kind of like blitz down some bosses, get into a good boss killing rhythm before having to face the harder bosses here, because I've kind of knocked off a lot of the easier ones, the super easy bosses in Catacombs to get through. So now it's going to be the more fun ones that we have to get through. So if I could at least kill like the Erdtree avatar and set up that grace over there for the Black Knife Catacomb.
What do you need? I don't want any.
What do you... Oh, that's just bow and arrows. Ooh. Do I have 1,200 in runes? Dude, rune arcs are so good. Already sat at this race, right? It might seem a little weird with me running towards like Dectus Lift, but the idea is actually Makar to enter Altus. I won't be doing Dectus. It's just this is a very convenient grace to access the boss's past what's it called? The frenzy. Ooh, Miquella Lily. I didn't know that a Miquella Lily was there. For the uninitiated, Miquella Lilies are used to craft the bewitching branches that I just bought, which might most definitely be used for the Nile fight. Get the dragon grease. Let's at least try to get this Erdtree avatar killed. Also, while I'm doing this, obviously I'm doing this RL1 run all bosses. But for the uninitiated, the big reason I'm doing this run is to practice for a couple events that I have upcoming. So there is a 2v2 event where myself and streamer Nike Euro will be working together and doing a DLC randomizer race. And basically the way that it works is all the like overworld and major bosses could drop Mesmer Kindling. There's 10 Mesmer Kindling in total. And we individually have to find 5 to burn the ceiling tree. But together we need to find all 10 unique shards that are spread across any of those bosses. Generally, each round takes like an hour to 2 hours, just depending on how nice the seed is to you. And we're mostly going into it for fun. My boss killing is not the best, which is actually like the big reason why I'm doing this, is to get better at bosses. Because if I could kill them at RL1, I definitely shouldn't struggle when I have levels to kill them. Other than that, I still have a couple events coming up where I will be doing bingo. There is a vanilla bingo tournament and also a DLC event. I have already lost the DLC event. Unfortunately, I did not stream it. But it went very, very poorly for me. And that was not good. Part of that reasoning, part of that, I believe, comes down to the fact that I'm so bad with bosses and boss fights. And dying is just, like, not something that you can do if you want to ever be good at Elden Ring. You know, like, I don't expect to be the next Chino or anything, but, like, there are players that just don't die in these games, and I have to compete against those players. So I need to be on at least a similar level of, like, consistency with bosses. And I know it's probably weird to hear somebody saying, I'm not very good at boss fights, while proceeding to talk to chat in a streaming setting while, like, fighting the Erdtree avatar, but that wasn't hitless, right? Like, if I'm not getting hitless on an Erdtree avatar, what makes you think I'm gonna get hitless on, like, Mesmer, right? Even with full focus. It's, a lot of it comes down to, like, muscle memory and just tons and tons and tons of practice. And that is practice that I, quite frankly, just don't really have yet. And so that's why I'm doing this. And hopefully with this and the rando event, I'll get lots of chances to practice bosses. And maybe one day I could kind of get back into the swing of bingo. But with that grace, we're at 40 bosses killed. I think this is actually kind of a good stopping point for me. I gotta make dinner at some point today, and probably, like, right now with the sun bearing down and this being probably the hottest this room is gonna get, I'll probably be looking to, like, end at around this time unless I start a later stream, in which case I'll probably try to eat before that, and then we could just like power through past this time of day. And then once my AC gets fixed, like this really, really hot room will be less of an issue in general. For anyone who did stick around, obviously massive thank you. I'm gonna see if there's someone that I can raid out to. Let's see. Is there anyone playing Elden Ring right now? There is Satan, who was my partner for the Bonanza. I'll probably go ahead and give him a raid. So if you're here, go ahead and stick around. He's really, really cool dude. I played with him. He helped carry me through a bingo event, and he's doing commentary for Bingo Club match. So let me make sure I get his thing right. All right. So thank you everybody who stuck around, and hopefully I'll see y'all soon.